Hallo, hallo. What's up, gamers? Welcome to the first weekend stream of 2 this week. It's gonna be another Duelist Cup training stream, mostly. We have some other things to talk about, but nothing too major, I think. So, yeah, should be a good one. I won locals this weekend with Sky Striker. I went 8-0 in Swiss. But your locals is 8 rounds? Oh, regionals. Okay, nice. Yeah, maybe we'll watch it on lunch break later. I don't really have anything set apart for lunch break today, so yeah, we might. All right. Scatters or people arrives in chat, I suppose. And we'll warm up real quick. Also, Raw, I'm a Dinosaur. Thank you for the 42 months during the starting soon. I appreciate that a lot. Welcome back. That's a very long time to be subscribed. So, thank you. All right. Let's guess some cards. That's Diviner. Nice. Good start. That is World Legacy. World Shield. Yeah. Already washed? No way. It is not washed. I don't know what this is, though. It could be the band played on. I'll try that. Nice. See, not washed. It's not Infinite Machine. Empty Machine? Doesn't look like Empty Machine. Infinite Light? Ah, okay. Ooh, I feel like I've seen this. Who are you, though? I don't know your name. I have seen this guy. Carpi Ponica. Okay. Dude, that is nothing. Okay. Something trap hole. Not deep dark. The void? No, it's not void trap hole. Vanishing trap hole? Giant trap hole. Yeah. That one. I do think this is Salt Counter or Gemini Counter. Salt Counter. Oh god. Oh god. Get that away from me. Gladiator Lash. Paleozoic. Is that Leoncolia? Or Olinoids? No, it's Leoncolia, yeah. Shade Brigandine. Miracle Raven. Wait, what? It's not called Miracle Raven? Ritual Raven. Yeah, my bad. This is like Maraud, something Twin Sword Marauder. Yeah. X Saber, I think Herbellum. That is Solemn. It's either Scolding or Authority. No. Oh God, AI. No. That is super quantal. Is it blue layer or is it no? It's gram pulse. Yeah. Artifact. Moral tag. Could this be Cyber Eltanin? Gemini Lancer. This is ZW or ZS or something. ZW Phoenix Bow. Yeah. Ooh, Flame Ghost. This is Insector, isn't it? Yeah. Insector. Zect conversion. H2O bonding. It's camera. No, it's not camera clops. I don't think. And I don't know. It's got something to do with cameras. Yeah. Sure. Scrap golem. The fridge. I have seen this before. Dino Mist, I believe. Dino Mist charge, maybe? No. Is that Dark Angel? I do believe this is a Raid Raptor, but I don't know which one, so I'm skipping that. Quasi-Lanius. What are they doing to my boy Sangan? I don't know what that card's called. Level Retuner. Magical Blast. That is Raikou, but Twilight Sworn. Dude. I've seen it 100%. Be gone, knave. Yeah. Mighty Guard. Fortune. Miracle Stone. Who are you? Narrow Pass, I think. Hazy Flame. The problem is Manticore, maybe? Yeah. Earthbound Immortal. Earthbound Earthbound, Immortal. I think it's the frog. Which would be this one? No. Earthbound, Immortal. Is it not the frog? Which one is the frog? Fusilu? Ah. I don't know who you are. I've seen this card. Oh, is it the barber? Baba Barber? Ah, yeah. This seems very old, but I don't know its name. Pakuhi. Ooh, that's Sorokat. B list soldier. This has something to do with Black Wings, but I don't know its name. Could be Black Bombardment. Ah, yeah, Black Wing Bombardment. Seems Tearlament. Is that Rule Close? By any chance? No. I really thought it was. Is this Tearlament? No. Oh, who are you? Adularia of the June Moon. Okay. This is Gyakuten Megami. Okay. Winged Minion. Hungry Burger. Looks like Dark World. No, it's not Dark World. Is this Big Koala? 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 Okay. Ooh, that is the Cyber Trap. Oh, what is that card called? Cyber Universe or something? Cyber Overflow. Cybernetic Overflow. Yeah. Gookie. Is it Trainer? Ring Trainer. Yeah. Dark Room of Nightmare. Oh, Shadow Delver. Right. Well, that's Skull Servant. I have no idea what the card is called, though. Was it Try Right? Try White. Huh. This is another Raid Raptor. Can you stop giving me Raid Raptors, please? No idea again. Battle Instinct. This feels familiar. Who are you? Master. Oh, Master Gig, the psychic dude. Yeah. This is Crusadia Maximus. Yes, that's the word. No idea what's going on there. Something Galaxy IZ. Tachyon Spiral Galaxy, sure. Okay. This is Tearlament Sulliak. No, is it Sulliak or Crime? Crime. Yeah. This is a Zephyra card, I believe. Nope. Void Apocalypse. Good thing I didn't try. Okay, it's still a good round overall. We might hit 900 if I can... okay, 896 is kind of sad, but maybe we can get this one quick. Megaton. Ah, okay. 896 is pretty good, but this could have still been better. The start was very good. The first 5 minutes were crazy, and then it kind of fell off. But alas, not a bad round. All right. Ooh, okay. We're looking for a level 4 warrior with high attack, low defense from very old. We're looking for a light level 4 warrior from very old. But not as old as 2004. Okay, I'm thinking Jane, maybe? What about a stat? No, Jane doesn't fit the defense. Aeroth? Oh, lower defense, my bad. Okay, 2009 through 2014. It could be Photon Thrasher. It's not Photon Thrasher. Okay. The year is 2013 or 14. 2013 or 14. And we're looking at 1900 attack or 2000 attack. It could be another Photon that I'm not familiar with. Also, 0 defense makes it kind of likely. I think a lot of Photons have 0 defense. He says, as nothing has 0 defense as I scroll down. Photon Crusher? No, 2012 is not it. Photon Vanisher, 2018 doesn't work. Overlay Sentinel? Oh, come on, man. Dude, why is it always a card I don't know? Why couldn't it just be Photon Thrasher? You know, like a card I know that we get to in 3 steps. No, it's Overlay Sentinel. Cannot be special summoned. When this card is normal summon, change this card to defense position. If you control a face-up Xyz that has Xyz material, banish this card from your grave. Target a monster your opponent controls loses 500. Okay, awesome. Very good card. All right, cool. All right. Duelists. There is a little bit of an announcement to talk about. There isn't much that has been announced yet. It is once again an announcement for an announcement, which is they have announced the next OCG Banlist, which is interesting. That's going to happen basically during the Duelist Cup. So I'm not sure how much attention I'm going to be able to pay to this immediately on the day that it happens. I will probably be deep in the trenches of the second stage of the Duelist Cup by this time. But yeah, the new OCG Forbidden Limited List regulation is going to drop on December 21st at 9 p.m. Japan Standard Time, whatever that means for where you are. But yeah, which is next Sunday. right? That is tomorrow in a week. So that is next Sunday. Unless the time zone difference is very large for you. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. I suppose current OCG format. I mean, we've taken a look at it a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. The newest metagame report. I mean, they got. I mean, it's decently diverse, I would say. But I think I think their problem in the OCG right now, at least from my perspective, I don't know how they feel about it right now, but I think OCG doesn't have a problem with deck diversity. OCG has a problem with power level and the gameplay in general, I think. Because, like, some of these decks, I mean, besides the fact that Maxi exists, but, like, some of these decks are at a disgusting power level because they just haven't hit anything out of it. And by that, I specifically also mean Malice, but I don't know. A lot of these decks are operate at a pretty high power level. Like, in Draco Tail at this point, like, you look at 22.6% Draco Tail, that sounds wholesome and cool, but keep in mind, they have already reached a point where Draco Tail is now engine slop for them, basically. This is basically what happens to Draco Tail in early 2026 for us is essentially the same thing that's happening here, which we're moving from, hey, pure Draco Tail to, now you also play Spenta with Zoroa and Crowley for more extension and end board, and yeah, like, you know, like and the new Albaz stuff. It's just a whole bunch of slop in this deck now as well. So it's no longer pure Draco Tail. But yeah, you got Yummy, you got Malice. So I guess we'll have to see how exactly they hit this this meta game. But yeah, funnily enough, the Magistus deck here is not even the one running Borreload Savage Dragon, but Yummy is the deck that's using Savage Dragon to summon it with, I think, Cupid Pitch level manipulation, which is funny to me. But yeah, I guess we'll just wait and see how that turns out for them. Kind of similar to what happened to White Forest. It's kind of similar to what happened to a lot of decks in 2025. Let's be honest here. And it's also like, it's also something that is not exclusive to the OCG. It's not something to like make fun of the OCG for. Like, their power level is higher because of some individual banlist decisions and also Maxi existing. Like, that's a different story, but I feel like while in 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh, I think the big problem was archetype design in general. At least from my perspective, I thought like decks like Snake Eye or Tenpai or Yu-Bell were just not very well designed archetypes. I think if I had to put my finger on what the problem was for Yu-Gi-Oh's design in 2025, or like anything I would criticize, it's the fact that like individual archetypes have been designed pretty fairly, but there's just way too many ways to just slap these things together, right? It's like Draco Tail, Yami, Mitsurugi, and so on, and also K9. All of those decks are completely fine and well designed on their own, which I'm very happy about. I'm very happy how the overall game design direction has gone in 2025. But the problem is just like people have figured out that, well, they haven't put proper restrictions on these archetypes, so we're just gonna slap them all together into one deck, right? Like the fact that Yami doesn't lock you into anything meaningful, Draco Tail doesn't lock you into anything meaningful, Mitsurugi doesn't lock you into anything meaningful, and so on, right? It's just people are combining decks in ways that they are not meant to be combined, I think. And you can say this for all of these archetypes. You know, this is true for Mitsu, K9, Yami, and now also for Draco Tail, right? And I think that's basically what they need to fix if they want to bring the power level down a little bit, right? Because I think that's what they tried this year, genuinely. I think they tried to design more grindy archetypes. I think they tried to design more decks with more focus on grind game and less focus on like super broken end boards. If you look at stuff like Draco Tail and Yami and stuff, like those decks are definitely And K9 as well. Even though I hate K9 as a concept, like the pure K9 deck is fine, but they need to do something about like all of this bridging and combining engine into each other. I don't know. I think that is the next important step to balancing Yu-Gi-Oh's power level. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the OCG. But yeah. Speaking of game balance and game design, what a great segue that was. There's a link pinned in chat right now, because if you remember, last year at the end of the year, I did a survey for the Yu-Gi-Oh community to basically give some feedback on what they liked and what they didn't like in the year 2024. And I thought it made for a very interesting end of the year discussion and stuff. So I'm doing it again this year. So I've just posted the Yu-Gi-Oh Card Game Design Awards 2025, where basically it's all about, you know, what kind of things did we think were cool this year? What kind of things did we not like this year? Just to give some feedback. So if you have some time in today or in the upcoming days, feel free to answer the survey, whether you're playing TCG or Master Duel or both. You're just going to be asked some questions on like what the most powerful decks were, which archetypes that released this year you liked, which ones you didn't like, was the power level too high, was the power level too low, and so on and so forth, right? So and like what were your favorite archetypes, what was the most fun deck to play, what was the least fun deck to play against, and so on and so forth. Just to give a little bit of feedback on what we like and dislike about the card game that we all play. So feel free to take some time and respond to the survey. It would be awesome, so we can get as many responses as possible, and then maybe, who knows, they might look at it, because I'm gonna turn it into a video, and then, you know, something cool might happen. So yeah, feel free. Link is in chat. There's also a command for it, just in case you can't see the pinned comment. And then yeah, you can take part. All right, awesome. And with that, do you have the results for 2024 on hand? I made a YouTube video about it, which you should probably be able to find. It was it was posted early January this year. And it was basically, I don't know, I don't remember the exact results. I took all the results, I put them into a PowerPoint presentation, and then we looked at it on stream, and then I also turned it into a YouTube video, which is the same thing I'm gonna do this time. So yeah, if you don't have the time to do it right now, you don't have to do it right now. It's gonna be open for a while, probably like 2 weeks at least. But if you ever take the time, I would appreciate it. And I can post the link to last year's results in the chat right now. All right. Okay. And with that, let's Master Duel. Did your predictions on last year's video come to fruition? I don't remember what I said. I'll look at it. Maybe maybe I will incorporate that into the presentation for this year. I'll have to look at the video from last year and see if there was any like predictions that I made that are worth looking at for this year's video. But I haven't done so yet. But that's a good idea. All right. How long still to stage 2? Less than a week. Stage 2 starts next Friday. So yeah. At this point, I've done a decent amount of playing in Master Duel already since Draco Tail has come out. I've made it to Master 1. I made it through the stage 1, and I've played a decent amount off stream as well. And at this point, I am like pretty sure I want to use Draco Tail for the second stage, simply because I've been enjoying this deck so much. It is such a a breath of fresh air, I feel like, for the Master Duel format specifically, because it's a deck that doesn't lose to Maxi or Fuwalos or Drollin Lockbird or whatever, you know, and I just felt like that was awesome. I've been enjoying that so much, and I feel like that is why it's most likely the deck I want to use for the second stage. So I want to focus most of my time that I have on learning Draco Tail more, because I still do make mistakes sometimes with it, which I want to avoid. So I need some practice, and I also, of course, want to find out what exact version I'm going to be using. The only thing to take into account is that it might reach a point where people, like, if Draco Tail happens to be the most popular deck during the second stage, which might happen, these Duelist Cups, of course, they do develop a sort of like metagame where people start preparing for the decks that are seeing play, and then maybe they will play decks that are good into Draco Tail. I will have to have like 1 or 2 decks ready to go that I can pivot to if things are not working out with Draco Tail. Those decks for me are most likely just going to be like along the lines of, I probably want to have Mitsurugi ready, like some version of Mitsurugi, whether it's pure Mitsu or like Fiendsmith Mitsurugi or Mitsurugi Raizia. Like I do probably want to have a Mitsurugi deck ready to go, which I'm not too worried about because I've played a lot of Mitsurugi this year. I can probably just get like 1 or 2 Mitsurugi lists ready for the Duelist Cup and play those if I feel the need to. As well as it's probably going to be smart to have a good Malice list ready. Just in case people start playing like crazy amounts of Retaliating Sea, because Retaliating Sea is very good against Draco Tail, of course. Which is also the reason why I'm currently playing this version of the deck, which instead of using Branded Fusion as more starters, is just opting to run a higher count of Cartesias and just higher count of Draco Tail names in general. I've been liking this, but of course, we're going to experiment a little bit with this. Yeah. Are you going to stream the whole Duelist Cup? Yes, I'm going to be live for all 3 days. I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to do it yet in terms of like, will I have the face cam and the microphone on, or will I just focus on the gameplay and so on? Well, probably like a little bit of both. I can switch between the two, right? Like I can just, if I ever feel like turning on mic and camera, I can. If I ever feel like turning them off, I can do that. So like, yeah, but it's gonna be cool either way, I think. But yeah. 1 Branded Fusion can out Retaliating Sea. Yeah, it's like, that's another thing, right? But it doesn't, it can out Retaliating Sea, but it then does not play, right? If Branded Fusion is my only starter and I get Retaliating Seed, I can out it, but then I still don't get to Draco Tail plays with that, right? So I still am required to draw another starter. Isn't Red Reboot a problem for the pure version? Surprisingly, I haven't really had that much of a problem with Red Reboot. Like, yes, I have gotten Red Rebooted with this deck, for sure. And sometimes it was inconvenient, but most of the time, like, my board / my non-engine was good enough to carry me through the turn. Like, I would get Red Rebooted, but then I would still have, like, hand traps, Phimena, maybe a Seals on the board, the Gulamel, and so like I would just like usually survive the turn and then still have a very good follow-up turn because I still keep all my trap cards, right? So yeah. Is 3 Bell good? Why not 8 Valor since Bell is once per turn? I like Bell in the mirror match more than Valor because you can outgrind the traps and negate Flame. But it is a consideration. This deck list is not set in stone. That's why we're here. But yeah. How do you feel about 1 Grand Guignol and 1 Garura? I've seen there's versions with Cartesia that like make Grand Guignol. I am not too familiar with those, but maybe that's something to consider. Yeah. Let's just play a couple of games and then make some changes and see how we feel about them. Test completed. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's so refreshing. This deck just usually is fine going second, which is also something I really like. Am I supposed to 5 mana right away? Dude, I could. Nah, that's way too bad. No, I can't. Oh, okay, never mind then. All right. Just when we were about to have an interactive game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ashen Called By happened. That is certainly a hand. I hope it's 5 mana in hand at least. Crowley and Urgula. Okay. I'm glad that Savage is banned in TCG right now. I mean, I am too, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's awesome that that they did that now, because it was kind of like obvious that it was gonna become a problem eventually. So, oh, they played 2 Crowleys. Okay, awesome. I mean, yeah, Flame, Ash, Monster Negate, Omni Negate. Awesome. Spenta W? I don't know if it's as much of a Spenta W as you think it is when you have to draw Ash and Called By with it to win the game. I feel like there's a lot of cards that can do that. I don't think they're that special for doing that. While you control Temple of the Kings, this card cannot be destroyed by card effects. So technically, I guess I should 5 mana now. Because, because this protects Temple anyways. Right. I guess I can pop back row with Gulamel, but do I really want that? Hold for Circuit? Okay. Yeah, maybe Circuit is better, because Circuit I think can be destroyed. I mean, now they basically know I have 5 mana, but... Can't you chainlink 1 Pan, chainlink 2 Arthalion to bounce the field spell? No. I wonder if it's an Arthalion moment or a Gulamel moment. Because popping a back row seems pretty neat as well. With Gulamel. But then I don't get to add back all my cards, but I do get to set 2. Might as well try. Maybe game is bugged. It was a little risky because I was kind of low on engine after going for the Gulamel there. I don't know if maybe it should have been I could have also maybe fused with the Magnamud, but then I have less spell traps that I can set. I don't know. Okay. Yep. I do this just so I have a Draco Tail Engrave for Horn to draw a card. Because I'm gonna have to get into engine somehow. I mean, Magnumwood can search a Molulu, hopefully, but we'll see. Pretty good hand. Oh, come on, man. So they've normal summoned. Oh, they play plugin as well. Okay. Wasn't the play there to bounce Tornado Dragon and chain Magna to Aggregator to turn off node? Yeah, if we just ignored the text on our cards and just start making illegal plays, then yes, that was maybe a good play. It is an awesome suggestion to just ignore what your cards say. Okay, so one card in hand is Habakiri, one is unknown. It's funnily enough not impossible. Because I don't die. Why did the ice not attack? Oh, you can only attack with exceeds. Nice. Less damage. Cool. They should let the Magnamute hit the field, I think. Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, they just lose. They'll just lose to Nib there, but you know. Needless to say, without Maxi, I think they were completely cooked, but... Okay, they drew a Charmy. I think. They have Habakiri, a Charmy, and 3 unknowns. It could be Imperm as well, yeah. Yeah, it's Fuba. Okay. Oh, God. I think the funniest thing about that game is that they probably normal summoned the Serpent at the end to be like, oh, look how unlucky I got. I drew Serpent. Which is crazy after what they had. So... Okay, Fuva in draw phase, fine. Hallo. Probably I need to activate my card at some point. had no Draco Tail card in the grave to draw a card. Okay, that was kind of annoying. Still correct, though. You're gonna evenly one trap? No, okay. Awesome. Yeah, now I have time. So with hands like this, I'm never sure if I want to go for Lucius. Lucius is like the greedy play into Dominus Impulse, I guess. Because if I go Lucius and then I get impulsed on Phimena, I just pass the turn. One thing I could do is I could go for Lucius and then just activate Phimena with an open board, so I can't get impulsed yet. Maybe that's something? Try that. In these cases, I just add Regula and summon Mululu. That was the alternative, yes. That was the alternative. But this way I get seals. So add Pan here, and then if Rahu resolves, I fuse Urgula with Phimena. If Rahu doesn't resolve, I have Phimena with Pan in hand, I think. Yeah, sorry, I sneezed. Sorry. No, don't go. Damn it. Yeah. Oh, 07. Okay, it is White Forest. Sure. I don't think I care that much about Tales of the White Forest. So I'll let that resolve. And then I'll try to mess with the tuners. This is where if they have reboot, I'm checking for reboot first. No reboot. Okay. Is it worth popping LZ of the White Forest? Or is it better? I could pop the spell here. Because they don't have a tuner on the board anyways. Yeah, pop the spell. They will get... I know they can't activate it if I pop this, but they will get another monster onto the board. So... Okay, they have this already. Sure. Let the summon happen. Fusion summon, Azamina fusion, using monsters from your hand or field. Illusion and a light spellcaster. Illusion and a light spellcaster. Okay, I don't think I want to let this happen. You know, that's actually rather annoying, but I can't do anything about that. I would have rather been hit with that on turn 1, but okay. Whew. That could have gotten... I mean, the thing is, like, even if they get more cards, I doubt that they have what it takes to push through this just based off of once per turn restrictions, right? Because what else do they have? They have the white... They have the Diabel push, but they've normal summoned, they've used LZ, they've used the Azamina LZ. I have Flame for any deception plays. So I think even if, like, what can they draw? I don't know. The other level 4 White Forest, I can also answer, right? Like, if they special Rushia, I just activate Phimena, they get 1 draw, but then the board is clear again, and then how do they keep playing from that point on, right? At some point, like, I keep interrupting them, they keep drawing more cards, but they just run out of cards that they can draw into, I think. Oh, look, it's the boss. Oh, you know, this is a very juicy Secretarion. It's a very juicy Secretarion, isn't it? Oh, it might be a Secretarion angle. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. This was not like the perfect execution of this, I feel. Because now I lose Urgula, but I do get a search for Pan, which is kind of neat. And it was 4 summons. I don't know. I smell 5 mana coming, but oh no, 5 mana, okay. Or maybe decided against 5 mana because I have Secretarion. Or March here, it could be Malice. No Frixel because Nip, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I like that this was 4 summons. By the way, something seems to be broken with my Twitch notifications because I do see the subscriber number going up every once in a while, but I get no notification. So if you've subscribed and haven't gotten a notification and I haven't said thank you, then I that's because I can't see it, but I do appreciate you. So I know it's happening, but sometimes I just don't get a notification. Sometimes I do. I see some of them, but yeah. Either way, thank you if you've subscribed. Even though I might not be able to see your name right now. See, that one worked. Ozano Yun Bozan, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. people can sub and don't send a notif. Hey, maybe it's just that. Maybe it's people subscribing and they didn't send anything. But then thank you anyways. Of course, Gold Sark and Underground. Why not? Hi, gaming. I didn't know the redeem was fixed. Yeah, it's all fixed. The sub sounds are back if they're working, but they are back. The remix is fixed. It's all good. Eventually, I held my promise. It took a while, but eventually. I like the crunchy version. Yeah, the crunchy version is gone. Why no Ash? Bro, I have Pan on the chain, literally. It dies immediately. I know they can probably keep playing. I don't care about that. Sting here on the White Rabbit. They can still bring back the White Rabbit. Mysterion angle. I think there's a million ways to win this one. For now, I'm just gonna work with the interruptions that I have without committing more cards and let them play into Nib. Because so far, this doesn't even play through what I have on the board. I mean, okay, they can activate GWC here, bring back Dormouse, add March Hare back to hand, and then try to activate Dormouse. But then I can just 5 mana. I don't even know if I need to do Mysterion here. I mean, I also just have Nib as well. So I could just let, because the only thing left for Dormouse to banish that hasn't activated yet is Chessy Cat. So I can just let them banish Chessy Cat. It comes back. And then I Nib. But then I don't have... Why can't I activate Horn? Oh, did I just set it? Oh, I just set it. Right, okay. I just set Horn. I was confused for a second. Okay, I should use 5 mana first then. This should have been... This should have been Mysterion in response to Chessy Cat. Do I still just make Mysterion? I'll still make Mysterion, I think. This is not ideal. I should have waited for them to activate Dormouse. But, okay. Oh yeah, this Mysterion was preemptive. I should have waited for the Dormouse to activate. This is probably just SP pass, which I beat. No way he has backup? I mean, backup does nothing. Backup is literally conceding the game. Didn't FSN Boss win the last meta weekly? I have no idea about that. I just know Boss is a very active Challenger Cup duelist. Yeah, no choice. No choice but to just go for SP. Or how often does Mysterion come up for you? Every once in a while. Dude, even at the risk of getting countered in the Duelist Cup, I can't really see myself playing a different deck for the majority of it. Like maybe for the last day, you need something else when you're like in the really high ranks and people really start like retaliating C left and right. But for the majority of the grind, I have to play this deck. There's just no alternative. Maybe pure Mitsu. But even pure Mitsu, like, retaliating C is not bad against Mitsu. What's a good card against retaliating C? I mean, I think Cartesia is decent against it. Good. 60 card piles, man. What do you think a good way to hit Draco Tail, either in TCG or Master Duel? I think hitting the spells is fine. I was not happy to see that they put Ketu to 1 in the OCG at first, but the more I think about it now, the more I think that was a good move, actually. So my hope somewhat is that they maybe get greedy to go for a duo drive and play into Nib that way, but it's not looking good either way. How often have you been playing versus Mitsu? I would say it's the third most popular right now behind Malice and Draco Tail, but it's not that far behind, I think. The problem here is that Nib does nothing to this. They probably play the stupid Photon Lord. Maybe they don't because it's a Ryziel version. Maybe they don't play Photon Lord. I don't know. But like, if I Nib here, they just keep Futsu and get another search. So I just have to hope they commit more. If they make Photon Lord now to negate Nib, so be it. Like I lose to that no matter what. If they play Photon Lord. Yeah. There's just unfortunately no way to beat Tachyon plus pre-prep with 2 hand traps unless it's Ash and Bell, I think. Droll? Yeah, Droll is good. But I don't know if I would play Droll right now, because, like, realistically, it's only good against 1 out of the 3 top decks, right? It's only good against Mitsu stuff. It's not good against Draco Tail. It's not good against Malice. So I don't know if Droll is good. Maxi can beat it, yeah, or Fuva, but I didn't have those. It's really annoying that I drew Urgula in this hand, which this happens a couple of times, where I'm wondering if I should be playing 3 Urgulas, because whenever this happens, it's awkward now. Because I would like to go Rahu, send Urgula, and Phimena, so that I can use both effects to set traps, and then, you know, what? I don't know. Maybe the third Urgula should be a third pan. Then again, if this would have been 2 pan, it would have been even worse, and I would have been even sadder about that. Would have gone sheep. Yeah, I never really go for sheep on turn 1, but maybe. Maybe there was a cool. I might look at that later and see if there's a cool sheep line to do there instead of the. I think it's okay to not have Phimena here though. Realistically, the reason I think it's okay to not have Phimena here is because Seals gives me Mululu, and that's a way to fuse on the opponent's turn as well. So I think it's okay. I think this is fine because I get Seals. And Seals fuses on their turn as well. Mululu fuse, then add back Phimena is fine. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. It does require the Seals to go through, but like I have Bell for called by, so I think it will. Oh. How bad is Evenly here? Not that bad. Evenly's cope. Yeah. I will let them banish Draco Tailflame because they can play around it better. Of course, I haven't won the game yet, but I think you see why this is like not great. Is this worth ashing? Add a level 8 or higher Diabell from your deck to your hand, or if only your opponent monster specials. So this summons this. If this card is special summoned, you can send the Sinful Sposo Diabell card from your deck to the grave. You gotta ash it? I'm not convinced I do. But I also don't want to use my Mululu so early, so I will ash it. Still traded Seals Bounce, Gulamel Pop, and 1 trap. Is that bad? It's not that bad, but we're also in main phase 2, so I'm guaranteed surviving. I still have a lot of disruptions, and my follow-up is going to be completely absurd. Why not keep Flame over Sting? You can. Reveal an Azamina. Am I that pressed about stopping Murcielago? I don't think so. Might be Saint Azamina. Yeah, but Saint Azamina is not that good against Draco Tail because I have non-target negate for it. I mean, I guess they could have Dominus Impulse for Mululu. Some of these decks play that. If this gets destroyed, it adds a Sinful Spoil spell. I'm definitely using this. I'm using this because it's free. Wait, why can't I use Mululu anymore? Do I want to use Mululu? Probably not. I definitely want Urgula. And Cartesia. Yeah, Urgula and Cartesia. That's it. Okay, and then we make Arthalion. And then Arthalion, I'm gonna go Chainlink on Arthalion. I'm gonna target this. I'm also gonna target my Phimena. And Urgula is gonna get rid of this. And I don't bring back Arthalion here. Alright, set Ketu for follow-up. Destroy this. Oh, I should have stung the wanted. No, I can wait for them to want. If they wanted target deception, I can just sting the deception. That's better. Because then also the deception is gone. Is there anything dangerous that I could pop here? Probably not, but I also don't think there. I think I can just take my turn. Probably. Yeah, I'll take it. Just in case rollback. Yeah, but rollback. There's only evenly, so even rollback wouldn't have been a pro. I think it's better at the end. Like maybe there's like a random Azamina card that if I pop it, I explode. I don't know. I also wish there was a random Azamina card that does that. Yeah. I hope that serves as a demonstration why Evenly isn't as good against Draco Tail as people think. I mean, it wasn't bad there by no means. It really wasn't. But like, it's not as broken. Because that I feel like people always think like, oh, this deck doesn't have a way to negate Evenly, so Evenly has to be good against it. I'm basically just hoping that they can't activate that. Okay, they did draw. If you draw a ritual monster, how in the world do you not tribute? I guess they tributed Saji, which is also fine. Okay. And they have Ash, of course. It's all fine, probably, as long as it's not gonna pivot into like some Ryzeal shit. If it's just Mitsu, then maybe it's okay, because my hand is a banger. My hand is a certified banger. It's not gonna be easy, but I could do it. Ah, but they can Haba. But can they Haba? Do they? Is it pure Mitsu? Do they play more level 4s? I guess we'll find out. Because currently all 3 are in the grave. If they don't play multiple Aramasa, then the Haba can't be activated. They also don't seem to play Serpent, which is good for me. They can still activate prayers because I belled it. That's the unfortunate part about bell, because it negates activation. You can activate prayers again. Wait, they do play another Aramasa. So they could have used Tabakiri, but they didn't. Okay, well, but they can still normal summon the Aramasa to do whatever. If they go duo drive, I'm just gonna leave. Okay. Discard another Haba. So right now, I know they have the trap. And that's it, right? I know the trap and 2 cards they probably drew off Dugaris. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. That could have helped me a lot, you know? Basically, I think I can win if they don't have Impulse or Ash next to the counter trap. So using the counter trap here, I think if the Ketu resolves, we have a real chance. Actually, it's not a counter trap. You guys are so annoying. Of course it's a counter trap. Shut up. All right, just don't be Impulse or Ash. Okay. The problem here is that I've used both spells already. So whatever I do here, I think it has to be Malulu, I think. Yeah, it has to be Malulu. Otherwise, the IP into SP just destroys me. This means the set is most likely imperm. Doesn't the trap negate activation? No, it doesn't. It's as they made it as good as it could have been without making it a counter trap, which is very frustrating. Very frustrating. If I think it's imperm, I should go for Gulamel. It could also be prayers. If it's prayers, I should go for Arthalion. So I'm gonna go for Arthalion because I'm already on the back foot. I kind of need to try and high roll. So I'm gonna fuse away this Fuwa. And okay, Arthalion should not be the last chain link. So I'm adding back you because I need you. I'm adding back you because I need you. And I'm adding back you. And I'm also activating you. If the set is prayers, I am in trouble if they play it right. It would have to be the third prayers, though. So it's not that likely. It's more likely to be imperm. Or I guess it could be Magatama. Ooh, nothing. Okay. Okay, Mululu. Let's Sting. I can negate one, pop the other. If I don't negate Kusanagi, I cannot pop Futsu. Why not negate Futsu, pop IP? Because then they get the Kusanagi add back. And if it's a set that tributes a Mitsu, I still die if the Futsu stays. I think getting rid of the Futsu is pretty important there. And I think IP into SP is like the least amount of pressure from them. The thing is, like, chaining, I can still normal summon. Chaining Max C here is not uninteresting. Because Mululu... Oh, I need it next turn, I think. I need it for next turn. It is prayers. It is prayers. Do I chain Bell here or Maxi? If I Bell this, the IP doesn't resolve. The Kusana... No, this plays into Bell like crazy. What the hell? Bro. Okay, nah. I'm probably winning this now, but I'm winning this because they... That was crazy. It was always always, when I built my chain with all the Draco Tails, it was just prayers, tribute the Futsu, and then on a new chain, after my Mululu has resolved, after my Pan has resolved, just bring back the Futsu, and it's even chain blocked. Because you bring back something with prayers. Like you bring back Aramasa with prayers or whatever, and then just chain block your Futsu, and you'll probably just win. Yeah, they definitely inted. They have Murakumo in hand and Ritual. I could make an argument for a lot of things here. I could make an argument for keeping Mululu on the board, but I could also make an argument for SP on the trap. I could also make an argument for making Typhon, because Typhon makes it harder for them to resolve Murakumo, both graveyard effect and field effect. Sting is a pretty good counter to the trap. I could make SP and then Typhon on the SP. I think that might be it. I can make Seals, but I think Seals is the weakest option. I think it's SP, banish something from the grave, and then still Typhon. I think that's the safest, because I think I can outgrind from here. And this way, I'm not going to be forced to Sting. Skip draw phase. So they have Ritual, Murakumo, and 1. Because if Flame on this just ends their turn, I think it doesn't really matter what I do. If they played it right, would you still win? Probably not. Yeah, see? That's so messed up, dude. That is so messed up. They didn't draw anything. They had that already. But I think I'm okay. Because the Murakumo cannot activate because I summoned Typhon. The Habakiri cannot search prayers because they are out of prayers. At a second Saji? Jesus Christ. If they activate Mirror now, they're completely throwing. They have to attack first. I have to max C here, because otherwise they can negate it with the Murakumo. They can just pass, but that's not winning because I draw 4 cards for turn. Crazy draw. If you mean like one of the worst draws possible, then yes, crazy draw. Because they're not going to play into it. Like, their turn is done. They have Mirror in hand. But great analysis. That is a crazy draw. Mm. The reason we beat this is because we have Pan in the graveyard. Oh wait, they summoned Futsu. Oh, then we just beat this because we beat this. Okay. Pan from deck. Pan from deck. Oh god. Pan from deck. Use Arthalion target Futsu. Yes. Mululu negate what they summon. You can do that, but then it doesn't deal with the Futsu. So if I keep going, the Futsu still stays. This way, they bring something back and I pop it with Pan, is what I'm thinking. And that gets the board completely clear. I mean, the thing is, like, I can hypothetically still lose this, but what they have to draw is basically another copy of Red Reboot. Because I'm bouncing the Futsu back to their hand. So if they top deck another Reboot to counter my Flame, and also disable the other traps, then maybe there's a chance they can win, but it's very unlikely, I think. But yeah. But I mean, yeah, it was exactly how I said. If they, like, once I saw their first turn, I was like, if that's pure Mitsu, we can win this. But it was still hard. And the only reason I was able to win this is because I think they did not play it properly. Like, the pure Mitsu deck is supposed to win these types of games. It definitely is supposed to win there, but yeah. Futsu effect already was used with the trap last turn. Oh, you are right. Is there... Okay, then maybe they played it fine and I was just supposed to win. Well, okay, no. Maybe the play that I suggested didn't work then, but they definitely shouldn't have tributed for the prayers knowing I had Bell in hand, because that made the IP Masquerena not resolve. Why are multiple choices not allowed? I mean, I think most of the questions are worded in a way where you have to select, where it makes sense, you have to select one. I thought it made more sense that way, that's why. That's all. I'm letting this resolve because I want them to be able to play. I don't have a play right now, so I think I can handle if they get to engine because I have Ash and Bell and also another Maxi. So I'm letting cook a little bit. It's it's kind of tempting to negate because they're playing this in a very weird way, but I don't know what their hand is, so I need to draw. If I had engine, I would have negated most of this already, but I think I just have to draw a play, or maybe potentially even two. Man, this hand sucks. Finish the survey. Thank you, Squirrel Fox. I appreciate that. We have already gotten over 200 responses on the survey. That's pretty nice. Thank you all. I think last year we had I think we hit 4 digits in responses. I think we can go higher this year because I haven't really promoted it much last year. Yeah. Dude, I drew all 3 traps in a row. Are you kidding me? No, they did not max see me, believe it or not. I think they're inting completely right now. They might still win because my hand was so bad, but like, I have no idea what they're doing right now. I think they're trying to go for a game in a spot where like my hand was bricked up last turn. So they could have just they got Magatama and the trap. That discarding the trap now, it's madness. Like they're trying to go for a game so badly when my hand is obviously a bunch of non-engine. And now they spent the trap and Magatama. But they didn't play into Nib, which is the unfortunate thing. So now, once again, I think I can win if I just resolve Ketu. And they don't have the... Like, literally, right now, my hand lost to the trap alone. But, I mean, it's not unlikely. They don't have Ash, is the thing. They don't have Ash because they would have ashed my Maxis. So, like, that's not there. So, no impulse. That was not deserved. That felt very bad. They played that as bad as possible and got bailed out by non-engine. That's crazy. Ooh, I like that card. If I Fuva, they probably chain Mululu. I think I still do it. Bro, you still have to fuse with those. That's not how you dodge. Oh my god. That's not how you dodge Fuba, bro. You have to fuse everything away. Otherwise, oh my god, okay. This Maxi likely just draws one card. So they have no Draco Tails in hand right now. This might be a good Ash. I think it's a good Ash. This is Horn. This is Unknown. Can Mululu make anything? Not right now, no. Sure, draw a card. Bro, it's so bad. It's so bad, I'm almost tempted to not negate it because you're using both chains in the same... I guess it makes sense because I activated Urgula, but like, it's such a bad sequence. Do I just bell the draw one? I guess I do. Yeah, I guess I do. But they're not recycling the trap. So what the other thing I could do is I could just hold bell for... No, I don't want to let him draw two cards though. No, I'll bell it. I'll bell. I can add bell back later. Praying for a monster. I mean, a monster doesn't really help them too much though. All right, Mululu. Yeah, okay, it wasn't a monster, but like I could have just negated the Mululu with my Mululu and just dealt with the Secretarion in another way by fusing Pan with Rahu. So yeah, that they just didn't play properly into Huva. So by just for reference, okay, if you have two ways to fuse, right, where one of them is like an ignition effect and the other one is a quick effect, like in their example, they use this card, right? The Dissolver, which in the scale lets you fusion summon a dragon fusion monster using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material, okay? If you activate this and you, let's say you have a Mululu or a Phimena, which is a quick effect way to fuse, or Cartesia. But let's say in their example, right, they have Dissolva and they have Mululu, right? What you do is you get both onto the board, you activate the non-quick effect to fuse, which is the Dissolver. And then if your opponent chains Max C or Fuva, what you do is you activate the Mululu, fuse all of your monsters away, including the Mululu from the field, right? The Mululu from the field and all of the monsters you have in hand. It doesn't matter because you get them back from Arthalion. So that way, Mululu resolves, takes away all of your monsters, summons an Arthalion, and then the other fusion effect resolves, and it cannot resolve because you have no monsters in your hand to or on your field. You have just the one Arthalion, which means you cannot perform a fusion summon, and then your opponent doesn't get a draw for the Max C or Fuva, which is what they went for there. But then they failed because they left too many monsters around, so this could still resolve. And then you hit him with the Imperm. It doesn't matter, guys. Do you realize the deck that you're playing? It's Draco Tail. You get a bunch of graveyard effects. Then you get Impermed on the friggin' Arthalion. Your opponent has lost 2 cards in hand, and you still set like Ketu Rahu Trap or some shit. Of course, if your hand is just non-engine, like if your hand is freaking Ash, Max C, Nibiru, you don't do this. If your hand is that, then you just let the opponent draw 1 card for the Fuva. It's not that bad. Of course, you think about it for a second before doing it. But if you want to do it, if you reach the conclusion, like my previous opponent, that you want to dodge the Fuva, you have to do it properly. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, they sent me first? That's scary. This is the exact same hand as I drew against the Mitsu. Oh, bro, there you go. I had 2 Max Cs against them, to be fair. But that was exactly what I was stuck with. What a great deck to brick against. At least it's quick, right? Isn't it better to Ash Kaiman? No. If they have Kaiman already, they go... If they have Kaiman in hand already, they go for the field spell, and then the field spell is there, applying pressure every turn, and since I don't have a play, like, yeah. If I don't have a play, I die to the field spell next turn, so I have to prevent them getting the field spell. If they have Kaiman already, I just die. I'm just hoping for minimal amount of Draco Tails. If they can just fuse 3 Draco Tails now... Ooh, no Draco Tail in hand. Okay, nice. That's perfect. They never play into Nib, which stinks. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Nibiru yet. We haven't really gotten many great Nibirus today. And it's, of course, not good in the mirror. But yeah, looks like they're still going to go for the Rahu, which they kind of have to with that hand. I agree. How well does your deck do compared to Branded Draco Tail or Megistus? I like it. I think it's not... Oh, that's bad. I think it's not necessarily better than the branded version. I think Megistus is complete cope. What about the Shaddolls? I think some Shaddolls are fine. But like Shaddolls, I mean, they do add ceiling to this deck, which is sometimes very welcome. Horn and Sting. Okay. It's not unlikely they have another trap. Like Flame. Usually people prioritize Flame. Okay, so Sting is in the center, Horn is on the right. Fine. Not happy about it, but I think it's fine. Could you preempt the Fuva? I mean, yeah, but it draws one card, which I don't think is worth. I'm not too mad about having a Fuva in hand. It can be a fusion material whenever I want. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think I would be completely fine if I had drawn one Ash or Bell, because then I could just hit the last trap and immediately win the grind game. Not the case, unfortunately. I could try to go end phase here, but I have very little disruption. I was thinking adding 5 mana and don't fuse, yeah. And now it's just a matter of how many Draco Tails have they drawn and how good is their 5 mana. Because they didn't have many Draco Tails in their opening hand because they fused with the Maxi and the Lucias from the field. So they had 0 Draco Tails. So they have 2 draws, and it's a matter of, well, if they've drawn like Urgula with this, then it's really tough. But if they've only drawn 1 Draco Tail, I think it's okay. If they've drawn 2, we're in trouble, especially if one of them is Urgula. Okay, it's Pan and Lancia. Okay, so they are fusing the Lancia away to add the Maxi back, which makes sense. Dabatsi, thank you for the 17 months and the kind words. I appreciate that. So they're adding back Maxi for next turn. Activate Pan for follow-up. Sure. Probably gonna have to give an additional draw. To the Maxi here. Or do I not? Add back Maxi and Lucius. That makes sense. Activate Rahu. I have used Urgula this turn already. I can make Gulamel, but they probably dodge it with Horn. No. No. I just pass. Okay. It could be worse, I think. Lancia does not hurt Dracotail, no. Yeah, fine. Thinking about dropping Drolls for Bell. Thoughts on this? I'm not a big fan of Droll right now. 5 mana for Frixel. 5 mana for Frixel. In my 5 mana. I wonder why they didn't add Urgula. They must have drawn Urgula. Urgula is by far the best one to have. Yeah, they drew Urgula. Okay. Ah. Okay. Didn't chain that one to 5 mana, which I think is interesting. could deny the max C draw here. Not unlikely I die if I do. I probably die because I denied the max C draw. I have a horn. Yeah, they just Ketu or Rahu fuse with Pan and I die without playing into Nib. Maybe I had to just bring back my Arthalion. But even if I bring the Arthalion back, they can do that to kill me, I think. It's unfortunate. I needed one Bell or Ash, I think, and I have this game. Or Mourner, maybe. Maybe it's just a matter of the Nib should not be in this deck. I guess I have to try and see what happens to the Mitsu and Malice matchups if I replace Nib with, like, Valor or something else. Okay, wait, that's not what I was thinking they needed to do. Did any of these return from the graveyard? That's pretty important here. I don't think they did. GG. Wait, up a back row? Okay, I guess you can perform a fusion summon with this. I just don't know why you don't just pop Secretarion. I don't have Pan, unfortunately, no. They're not going to play into Nib. They played this well so far, so I don't think they will. Yeah, let's try and see if we can maybe replace the nibs. Because I feel like they haven't even been that important in some other matchups. Let's try... Should we try Valor or Mourner instead? Let's do Valor for now. Or you know what? Let's try a Mourner. Because I've played with Valor a lot already. Let's try some Mourners just to see how it is. If it sucks, we can still change to Valor. Other than that, I don't know. The Frixel has been kind of odd for me. I don't know if I like the Frixel, but... I might want to play a third Cartesia, because I feel like sometimes the only reason I lose is because I don't have a play, or just one play that loses to Ash. So I might want to play the Cartesia, the third one. I've been happy every time I drew Cartesia so far. Like, we definitely would have won the Mitsu game earlier if the dead Frixel in hand was a Cartesia. What does Valor have? What does Mourner have over Valor? You can use it on your own turn. When your opponent summons Arthalion. Fine. So here, I think it's worth considering whether I could just get all 3 traps. But then I don't have Mululu on the board anymore. But it's probably still the move. What's the alternative? Oh, I think it's... Okay, you know what? I think I got it. Okay, I use this from field. This from hand. You may get rebooted. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna probably go for 1 trap and Ketu add 5 mana. Yeah. It was a 45 card deck. Okay. Flame the Bonbon. Of course. Okay. $45 card Snake Eye and you open Max C Ash Bonfire? Okay, then. I guess... sure. Mysterion would own here. Mysterion would have been pretty nice, but I don't have a spellcaster. Rogers opens Ash, Maxi, Bonfire, Habakiri in 45 engine slop pile, dude. And I draw double Fuva going first. Can't make this shit up, dude. Do you think it's scripted sometimes? No, I just think sometimes people get lucky. Which is frustrating, but it's also normal. Alright, cool. Good talk. That is what they say, Slumpy. Thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back. Or 42? 42. Man, what is wrong today? Third Cartesia is missing. But, I mean, none of the cards in my hand would be the third Cartesia. If anything, maybe the Urgula would be the third Cartesia, but that would be horrible. And it's the only deck in the universe that doesn't give a friggin' fuck about Fuva at all. Please summon Medius. Please summon Medius, activate effect. They can just add it and not give me a draw because they know I'm bricked up. They should not special it. Yeah. Probably just game, isn't it? If they have enough spells to discard for the field spell. How big are they? Finmel, Littera. Okay, this is small, at least. Sure. I could have belled the Littera, hoping they wouldn't have a, what's it called? Another spell, but they did have one, so. Or they drew that off Finmel, I don't know. As much as I love Bell, we might have to swap Bell for a third Cartesia. I'm not happy with how often I'm not drawing a play. What about Ghost Ogre? Why do you guys always ask me if I'm playing against like one of the worst rogue decks in the tier 2 right now, and you're like, what about this one hand trap that sucks against everything else, but is useful against this one deck? You're like, you should play Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, a card that does nothing against all of the meta decks. Now you'll draw 2 Cartesia and no Draco Tailtain. It might happen. Or I draw this going second, which is pretty good. I mean, Nib would have been a little bit better than Mourner here, but it's fine. So they need Impulse Imperm here to win, which they didn't have, so it's GG, yeah. Even if they have Imperm Impulse, I still have Mululu Diffuse on their turn, so... The amount of times Josh draws the traps is insane. I mean, I do play 3, not everyone does, but I do think it's correct to do so. Alright, Ash Bell. See it. Pretty good hand going first, would have been. But we're not going first here. Oh, it's another Malice. Awesome. Yeah. Nice. Look how strong Malice is. You know we ban Malice defenders in this chat, right? But goodbye. See you never. Look, my deck lost to 2 hand traps. And if they had an extender, they would have exploded all over, but let me still try and defend Malice. Let's... I definitely want Regular. This. And this. Force them to have Imperm. I think it's GWC though. Oh, it's MTP, okay. Broad rolled Draco tail. That's fucked up. Phantom Viz God, thank you for the 9 months. Why would you? They should not have changed this. They should have kept it until I activate Gulamel. Because I can still activate Gulamel and pop the Dormouse now. This is infinitely worse, but I'll take it. What did I expect from a Malice duelist? If they just hold the GWC until I activate Gulamel, they just dodge whatever I pop, but it's better to have less cards, I guess. They're cooked anyway? I don't think they're cooked anyway if they have more... Like, this is not that easy. If they had more material, this was not that trivial. Another blind second. What is going on? The Tenpai again? Nice. I was actually hoping to get max seat there because it just means I can use my Ash and then add it back. I could have dodged it here as well, but it's not as good. I mean, this is, I guess this is a little risky into Imperm as well, but I think they, I mean, nah, they wouldn't Imperm Mululu. Keep the Mululu on board. I'm locked into fusions, but I'm thinking it might still be better to just use the Magnamute here to get Pan or Urgula in the end phase instead of... Yeah. Because fusing a Magnamute doesn't do anything. What was that? Suspicious behavior. Bell? Oh, Bell is a problem. I'm using Urgula here because Mululu already has Monster Disruption. In this case, it's better not to Ash Hyman, I think. Not to Ash this. Because I have ways to beat the field spell, so if they have Hyman already. Before the end of the main phase. I mean... What if I just Ash... What if I just Ash Hyman in the battle phase? It's literally just called by that beats me, and even if it's called by, I think they have Bell. Secretarion. Ah, but then I play into Talons, into Thrust. Like there's so many things I enable. I think they have Droplet. Okay, Droplet. Droplet does beat me as well. No, it doesn't, because I Ash. It's just called by. Bro, if you draw called by, it's whatever, man. Yeah, okay. They were okay, what probably was the case is they went battle phase hoping that I would flame instead of Ash so they can bell it and win the game. I think that's what was going on. But yeah. They knew I had Ash, but maybe I mess up, right? Maybe I overthink it. Maybe I do something end of main and then Thrust and Talents is live, or maybe in battle phase I go activate Flame instead of Ash. That I think that's fair enough. You know, gotta try to play the win, right? If their hand is like Talents, Thrust, Bell, or whatever, what else are they gonna do? Because I think they had Bell. I have no Draco Tail, which is annoying. If the Maxi gets negated, this is still pretty... okay, Magnamut is good against Fiendsmith at least. A beacon of hope. I'm always assuming my Maxi gets negated, because I know if it doesn't get negated, I'm fine, of course. Nice. Okay, well, that's not great. Also, I didn't draw a Draco Tail. And my Magna is not going to search now. So many annoying things again. I guess I could Phimena for Mysterion right now. But then I have no... no. Okay. Genuinely, I think Called by the Grave might be a more annoying card than Maxi and Macedon right now. Maxi is giga toxic as well, but I think Called by is worse. Every single time I get hit by Called by, I just have a miserable time. No exception. I mean, Maxi usually too, but like sometimes there's cases where it's not as bad. Like Called by is always miserable. Roll is kind of screwing with the most right now. No, I would have won on the spot if it wasn't for Called by. The 5 mana was going to summon Mysterion, banish all of the fiends, and then the game ends. And now I don't know what the fuck happens. Because I mean, they are under their own role, so maybe I'm okay, but I have no idea what happens here. I probably am not okay. Alright, get slopped on, duelists. Maybe we can play through it, I don't know. They can't search... They cannot search heralds right now. Okay, Hollow Core. Why do they keep making negates that don't negate activation, but just negate effect? I would be completely fine if this negated activation, but it just why they make negates better? Is that's what we needed or what? Ecclesia can't fuse, no. Grangunol cooked? No, Grangunol wouldn't do anything unless I play Garura as well. I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired of Called by the Grave. It doesn't help that I have lost like the last 4 or 5 coin tosses again. Less Cartesia. Guys, we don't have to find solutions for every single game that we lose. Sometimes you just get unlucky, which is frustrating, but not every single time. It's like, I lose 5 coin tosses in a row, and some people in chat are like, how about you change this one card? Or how about you change decks or whatever? It's... You guys have no idea what you're talking about, respectfully. Just shut up. Respectfully, though. Platinum, thank you for the 18 months. Good morning to you. Well, it's not really morning for me, but probably for you. Could let it happen? Not really that bad for me if this happens. Activate 5 mana, fuse these 2, add back. Sure. If this is Odeon Primite, then I think we're looking pretty good. Eh. I keep forgetting about Mysterion, dude. I should just let them do the Dormouse shit. Now I'm bouncing it to hand and lose 2 extenders. It's only March here, though. Yeah, if I lose to March here, it's my own fault. I could have gone for a Mysterion play. Like I said, I cannot really complain about that, but it's still very frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. This one I do deserve, yes. I do deserve this one. Maybe you should add Ghost Ogre, yeah. Yeah, they know what they're doing, I die. I keep forgetting how good Mysterion is against Malice. Like that one I think I win even if they have March Hare in hand. I just let them activate Dormouse. They banish something. I Mysterio. It should be fine. Oh yeah. That was my bad. Okay. It's really testing my patience right now, this game. Like, come on, man, really? So what deck is this? It's probably just Malice, right? It could be Mitsu, yeah. Are we fine? Not if they have Bell or Ash for Horn. Then I definitely die. And they have March Hare in hand, so they can go for Jesse as well. If this was a spellcaster Draco Tail, I could have still made Mysterion here. But it's not. So you're not chaining Cryptor? Okay. I guess they must have a way to resummon it then. course. Of course they used it insta. Yeah, nice. Shifter, Maxi, Underground, Magnamood, Imperm, Ash Blossom, March Hare. Dies on turn 3. Against double Rahu, Phimena, Pan, Fuba. Nice deck. Oh god, this game is really testing me right now. But I think the good news in all of this is that I think my deck is pretty good. I think it's just a little bit of variance that happens to every deck, paired with sometimes playing badly. Like one of the Malice games I would have won, I think. So I think it's fine. The losses are the type that feels bad? Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye, combo deck that shouldn't be a combo deck. I activated the Fuwa right there because I wanted them to be afraid that I also had Max C. But what I didn't factor into my equation is that a player who plays the Millennium Engine slop stuff probably doesn't use their brain much, that's on me, to be fair. Or they also have Ash and it doesn't matter. Yeah, there. In that case, they should have Ashed first. I mean, yeah, their deck doesn't beat Fuba anyways. Which ultimately just means it's a bad deck, but... My coin flip win rate on today's stream has got to be like 30%, 35%. There's no way it's higher than that. It's insane. In the last 5 games, I've been shifted more often than I've won the coin toss. Think about that. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Every single game against Malice is still miserable. Like, I know you guys make fun of me for hating Malice, but like, I'm not the only one that sees this, right? Like, what kind of freaking ground do Malice defenders even stand on? Like, I swear you don't even like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! There's no way you do. Sick. Time to draw double Fuwa. When are we testing Malice? What do you mean? We're flipping coins every game. Pan. Naturally. I'm just trying to live, but I'm not sure if this makes me live. I'm really not sure. This doesn't count as a synchro summon, does it? Dude, that was scary. I don't know if they had a way to win, though. Because all you said, like, oh, if they just make the little poplar, they win on the spot. But it's like, they don't have white forests in the grave because I banished them with Philia. So I don't know if they have a way to guaranteed win there through Magna. So, like, I don't think the little poplar does it. They can use 8 in battle to get another 6. No, if they make the level 8 the Bellstar Synchro, I just chain the Magnamute to the effect to add back. So they don't get to activate the effect to summon another one. Right? So I'm not sure if it's guaranteed. If I do that though, then I do not get the add with Magnamute. But it's like a very specific line too, just like because they don't know what I have. But like, yeah, I cannot activate Magnemute then. But then they still, also the game isn't like over because they did play into Typhon, right? So I can just normal summon Fuba and make Typhon, and then I have Typhon Flame Ash or whatever in this case. But like, yeah, specifically where I don't draw anything, if they make the 8 there and I have to chain Magna to it, they have a win con. But yeah, we'll see. I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired of playing with 4 cards, duelists. Going second is already hard enough, man. Why do I have to do it with 4 cards? Okay, prayers in hand and food and Murakumo in hand. Not like it freaking matters. They can just remake it anyways. Mitsu is fine, just hit King of the Feral Imps. Saying this while they're doing all this without activating a single King of the Feral Imps, you must feel real stupid right now. But I'm afraid you probably don't feel real stupid right now because you still wrote it. Which is very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. That you probably don't even realize how stupid that was. We might need Perulia, even though it is a bad card in the mirror match. But just to bait Ash Blossom and Master Duel, maybe. Like from these types of decks. Because I do think people are obviously going to play Malice in the Duelist Cup, but people are also going to play this deck in the Duelist Cup, and it's just like... I just need to bait Ash and Called By, I think, to have a realistic win con against it. It doesn't matter how many Mourners I draw. It doesn't matter how many Veilers I draw. Not even Nib. Like, none of those cards matter in this matchup. I'm not playing Droll, which I guess I could play Droll instead. But I think I lose too often even with Droll against Mitsu stuff if they play it properly in the Duelist Cup. Like, Droll is not as good as you think against Mitsu. Against this particular hand, Droll would have been fine, but not even auto-win, because they still go normal Ice, make Detonator. They still pass on, like, Detonator, Mitsu Trap, whatever, probably. Which is not easy with 3 cards in hand. No, thank you. I would not like to give my opponent another level 4 monster. At least they don't have as many cards in hand as I do, right? Don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just, it's just unfortunate that I'm basically... I'm not really setting anything off value here. Because I already drew both. I drew both spells and 2 traps, which is pretty bad. I'm still gonna set 2 with these. Because I might need the follow-up here. I don't have the greatest engine here. Especially if any of this gets interrupted with Imperm or Veiler, so... I'm just gonna get like a Rahu for follow-up. Or Ketu. I'm not sure exactly which one's better here, but I probably want to get Rahu first. And then I'll try to Frixel the Lucius. Which is okay. A little scary because they haven't done anything yet. They're playing 43 cards, so it's probably Engine Slob and not actually Labyrinth. Yeah. Oh god. At least this locks them. I'll let that resolve because it locks them. That does reduce their ceiling a decent amount. Send Birth. Okay. Well, at least they don't have a free send. Searched LZ as Amina, which probably means they have Sylvie already. Yep. Gonna try to horn the tuner. This one I might just die if I get rebooted. Not unlikely. Okay. They can't fuse with it though, which is funny because they're locked. So this I think they messed up. It's just special one from hand now. I think they didn't realize that. That's combo duelists for you. Urgula is a decent pickup. I'm not gonna lie. So this can't fuse, right? Because they're locked into lights. Target a White Forest, it's treated as a tuner. Are we annoyed by the little poplar, dude? Not really, right? I guess this searches, but I think it's okay, probably. I didn't even know it did that. They can make Herald. Sure. So they get 2 spells here, but at the same time, they can't summon Doomed Dragon because of the field spell, so I think that's okay with me. Man, White Forest could have really been such a cool deck if they just designed it more around the White Forest cards and didn't turn it into slop intentionally. I don't know, man. Wanted. Wanted, wanted, wanted. Let's thing wanted. Let's flame wanted, I mean. The field spell was a good direction. I agree, the field spell is cool. They should have made more with that and less with whatever. How is using cards from its own lore slop? I don't think that has anything to do with where the cards are from. It's referencing the play style of a deck, which has nothing to do with the fact that they are from the same lore. Diabel Star Monster Effect or Sinful Spoils. This is Diabel's. So I can mourner this. Alright, goodbye. I feel like people usually call things slop when they're just a mix or random crap that can mix together to do stupid combos. Well, yeah, exactly, but that's what White Forest is, no? It's just a mix of Azamina, White Forest, Diabellstar crap that goes together and makes combos. I don't think it matters that they're meant to go together that way. It still is slop. I kind of disagree. I mean, I kind of don't care. But that's fine. Slop has a negative connotation to it. Yeah, I mean, I mean it very negatively when I talk about White Forest. Absolutely, yes. This. Back to the Draco Tail topic, is it better to take Nib out? I mean, I haven't really missed it so far. The Mourner has been okay. It won me one game against Malice. Other than that, Mourner has just been average. I feel like that's my... I guess that's one gripe that I have, is that going second, like, everything that isn't Maxi, Fuva, or Phimena, I feel like still very often doesn't matter when you go second. It doesn't matter versus Draco. No, I mean specifically against the other decks. Like, if I'm going up against Mitsurugi, Ryziel stuff, I'm going up against Malice, I'm going up... Notice how I said stuff, and it's the exact same thing as if I said slop, but you guys are hanging yourself up on the friggin' definition. It's... what do I want? I want Lucius. It's like, if I'm going up against the combo decks in Master Duel right now, drawing cards like Valor, Bell, Ash, Mourner, Nib, it all feels completely irrelevant unless you resolve a Charmy or Maxi. Which is a problem that the TCG also has to an extent against decks like Yamimitsu. This is not a Master Duel exclusive issue, by the way. That's a very 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of issue, is like, some of these engine hybrid decks, like you don't draw Charmies against, you die. There's a lot of decks that fall into that category. I think the only deck right now, or the only two decks that don't fall into this category in Master Duel, are like Draco Tail and Pure Mitsurugi. And I mean, maybe stuff like Odeon. But like all of the Orcus, Fiendsmith, Mitsu, Ryziel, hybrid shit, all of the Malice decks, like they are all like that. You have to get very lucky to win against Malice or any of these other decks going second with low impact hand traps. It's difficult to design a deck that's top meta, weak to a variety of non-engine with choke points, but doesn't pass on nothing. I mean, yeah, but they are being paid for it. The designers, aren't they? I'm not saying designing Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes is easy. They designed them well this year. They just don't have correct locks. That is also where I stand on it. But like ultimately, I guess it doesn't matter because the result is still the same. But yes, you are correct. They've gotten better at this since 2024 towards 2025. But like, we definitely haven't gotten rid of the whole one card combo problem yet. Definitely not. Yeah, sure. I'm happy for you. Bro, I'm losing my freaking mind. You have got to be fucking shitting me, man. How can people be so freaking blessed? Do you think we need to power creep 1-for-1 hand traps, or do we just release more and more charmies? I watched a really interesting video on this topic yesterday. It was someone suggested it in my Discord. But it's 2 hours and I haven't finished it yet. But it was a really good video on the topic, basically summarizing pretty much exactly what I think about this as well. Wait, why did I do this? I'm not. Why am I letting Dormouse? I'm stupid. Yeah, I got distracted. Not to be an excuse, it's not your fault, but I got distracted. I wanted to Gulamel the Dormouse. That was the whole point. I was like, I activate Sting, and if they let it go through, I pop the Dormouse. If they negate it, then I Horn and pop the Dormouse. But then I popped the Lingeribo. Yeah. That was my bad. Anyways, now we have time to talk about that, I guess. So basically, I don't think the idea is make better hand traps or make more charmies or whatever. I think the solution is simply we have to get out of this cycle where they keep making more hand traps. And in order to beat the hand traps, then they have to make more powerful decks. And then in order to beat the more powerful decks, they have to make more powerful hand traps, right? It's a cycle that just doesn't really feel healthy ever, because you're always going to be on one side of the equation that's going to feel bad. Either you're going to feel terrible about what kind of decks people play because they're so powerful into the non-engine that you have available, or it feels very frustrating because every deck seems to suck into the non-engine that's around. And overall, it's just you're just exchanging silver bullets, because the question you have to ask, even if they make more powerful hand traps to combat these more powerful decks, what happens if you don't draw those hand traps, right? And the answer is every single game feels miserable. That's what's happening right now already. It's like, okay, well, I have Maxi in my deck, I have Fuva in my deck, but if these combo decks go first and I don't draw them, it's still miserable. And it cannot be the solution. The solution always has to be the underlying design philosophy for archetypes. Archetypes need to be more balanced. Period. There is no other solution to this problem. They have to stop making archetypes this powerful and decks this powerful. No other way around it. Here's the video in question. Let me check. Yes, that's the one. Yu-Gi-Oh's game philosophy needs to change by Renegade Redoer. Shoutouts. The link is in chat right now. I'm not gonna pin it because the survey is pinned, but someone posted it in chat right now. It's very interesting. I would react to it on stream, but it's literally 2.5 hours, and knowing myself, if I react to this, we're here for like 4. Because I yap a lot when I watch videos. So like I don't know, but it's a very interesting watch. You should watch it. It would literally be a full stream. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was a pretty good video, and I haven't watched it in full yet. I'm literally just like, what am I? I'm 36 minutes in, so I haven't even watched half of it. So some of it would still be a blind react, maybe. Don't worry, I have time. Well, I don't have time for it today. And tomorrow we have the Challenger Cup final, so tomorrow we can't do it. Maybe we'll do it next week. Maybe I'll think about it. I was gonna finish watching it anyways at some point, so maybe we will. Oh yeah, I'm seeing it now. Literally the first comment, or the top comment right now, is from 11 hours ago. I hope Josh does a 6-hour response to this. And then the response to that is, nah, not 6. He would make it 10 hours at minimum. Wait, oh god, the response is so stupid. Not 6, he would make 10 hours at minimum in response to this on why Yu-Gi-Oh must be played solitaire, like as he always do, and that the only way Yu-Gi-Oh must be played. Trading card game does not exist. They're only solitaire with further and longer combo as the only way, the only direction Yu-Gi-Oh must be directed to. That might be the stupidest thing I've read all freaking day. That's awesome. I think somehow I'm alive. I didn't even watch, dude. I wasn't even taking part in this game anymore. Nice board, dude. I'm proud of you, Malice Duelist. That's awesome. So happy. So happy for you. Alright, come do it, Maximi. Do it. I know you want it. Okay, no Maxi, nice. Oh no, they impulse from hand. They cannot Maxi, right? Probably just March here then. Or another Bestial. They have Druid Worm. Do I know about Druid? Oh, I bounced Druid Worm. Yes, you're right. I bounced Druid Worm. Do I have a way to guaranteed kill through Druid Worm? I have to summon a bunch. Yeah, I horned Druid. Why ever I did that? No idea, but I did. I cannot get nibbed, yeah. I cannot get nibbed, which is cute. Urgula and Frixel. Yeah, Secretarian only stops on field. What's my spell situation like? I have 2 left in deck. 2. That's not... They are not going to be happy once they find out what Mysterion's effect is. They can go Crypt or Banish itself, I guess. That would stop it, I think. If they realize that. And then they have a bunch of bodies and they also get MTP. Maybe it's not over. Oh, never mind. It's a Malice player. Okay, I forget. My bad. They still live? No, they don't live. They don't. They die because they paid so many life points. Okay, yeah. All right. At least we're ending on somewhat of a positive note. I guess the truth is Draco Tail is a lot of fun to me, but it's still not perfect. You know, it is still Master Duel, and you're still playing against Malice, and you're still playing against Mitsu Ryziel and whatnot, and Dimensional Shifter and Dimensional Fissure and whatnot. Well, okay. Yeah. All right. Master Keys, thank you for the 20 months, and thank you for watching the stream so much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Wouldn't be possible without all of you guys' support, so I really appreciate that. Anyways, without further ado, today, that's going to be the end. I'm going to be live tomorrow, a little bit later than usual, because tomorrow is the Challenger Cup season finals, so we're going to get some tournament gameplay from this format, which I think is going to be very interesting to look at. The week before the Duelist Cup. So hope you tune in tomorrow. Before we leave, quick reminder. I'm currently running the 2025 Card Game Design Awards, where you can share your opinions on Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2025, TCG, Master Duel, or both, depending on which one you're playing. So you can go !awards, or you can click the link in the pinned comment if you want to take part. We've already gotten almost 400 responses just from the people watching the stream today, so I'm really happy with that. Thank you all. My hope with this, of course, is that, you know, if enough people answer it, then our data set might be pretty large, and then maybe if I turn it into a video, maybe someone will see it, and then maybe something happens. You know, without feedback, nothing ever changes. So feel free to take the time, or if you do take the time out of your day, then I would really appreciate that. And then we're going to look at the results at some point towards the end of the year or maybe early January. But last year, it was a pretty fun little project that I did. And so I want to repeat it this year. So feel free, if you haven't yet, to check it out if you have some time. Until then, thank you all so much for watching today. Hope you had a good time, even though, I know we hit like a little bit of a low throughout the middle, but that's Master Duel sometimes. I'm not immune to getting tilted by cards like Dimension Shifter or Called by the Grave or whatever. That does happen. But yeah, hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Thank you so much for the support, as always, all the people that followed and subbed. I appreciate